Good morning, everyone. Good morning, and welcome to Tuesday, second day of the work week. For those of us who work under that schedule, what? Not sure what that happened. I hope you have had a good start to the week. I hope you are energized for the rest of it. I have little to say about the start of my week. It went well. I was a little tired yesterday because my bladder is sensitive, so I woke up multiple times a night to take care of business, which led to not sleeping as well. It didn't happen as often last night, so I'm hopeful. Well, I'm hopeful. I mean, it's a clear indication things are healing. I'm also feeling more awake. Yeah, that's basically the extent of what I need to do. Need to talk about. Hey, Sean, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? So today, being Tuesday, it is read and corrects. It is going to be interesting because when I do these, what I have to work with is what I worked on the previous week. And for those who paid attention, I didn't work a lot last week. Monday was a holiday. And then Tuesday and Friday, I was in the hospital. So I only have 2 chapters to comment, to read and correct. I mean, actually, technically, well, let's call it 2.5. If I go to Harker, there's a 900-word thing. Transit, because there's the start of Claudia's story, which is right here, which is very short, which I'm realizing I can probably do that. This like, I don't know that this is the so today is no chatting day. Basically what will happen is that while I do the actual read and correct, I record it. So because of that, I will have to ignore the chat, but these last about 20 minutes. Some will be much quicker, and after that, then between recording, I will chat. I will address the chat stuff. And since I only have 3 to do today, it means that I'm going to have the rest of the morning to do something else with, which, will include chatting. I'm probably going to work on Crimson and Monster. But yeah, like today I can take it much looser because I've got so few chapters to read and correct. Normally I have 6 of them to do, and that means I have to be a little more on the ball because I only have 3.5 hours to do all of that, and when I have 6 of them to do, some of them can be a little longer because, and yeah, time constraints are a little tighter when I have a full set of chapters to deal with. But that won't be today. So I am still going to. Hey, Jeff. Welcome to the stream. Is there much of a market for furry fiction? It depends how willing you are to cater to the audience. Furry as a market looks for very specific things, i.e. porn. And I've kind of noticed that kink-related porn is more of a thing these days. At least in the stuff that I see posted story-wise on Fur Affinity and sites like that. which I don't do, and I write for myself. So my stuff doesn't really um, my stuff doesn't really draw an audience among the furry community because I'm not catering to them. Like my porn has too much story in it, and my story stuff has too much porn in it. So I I'm aware. I was aware of that. I don't mind it. It's like I said, I wrote it for me. I think it's well written. Those who have read it and enjoy those kind of stuff have very much enjoyed it. But yeah, and the other thing also is that as a market, furries are a little on the cheap side. They're not really they seem to be willing to put a lot of money into visual arts, but not the written word. Um, so that's why I say that you have to be willing to really cater to what they want, because that's how you pull the people. They basically it falls down to, if you are going to write to a market, you need to study the market and write what the market wants. The closer you are to what they want, the better your marketing is as well, the better your sales are going to be. I don't cater to a market. I don't do marketing, so my sales are not great. I am fully aware of my limitations, and I accept that they are like that. Um, alrighty. So I am going to start my first chapter. By confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I don't know if you were there, Jeff, when I did the spiel, but this is read and correct, and I record those while I do them. So I'm going to ignore the chat while this is recording. Whatever you say, whatever anyone says after that. Oh, and thank you, Sean. I'll answer afterwards. They usually last about 20 minutes at the most. Well, let's say 20 to 30 minutes. But yeah. Wait, why did I not start you? Alrighty. So I am starting the recording, and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another Reading and Correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 37 of The Technician's Fight. Jeremy slashed at the guard, forcing her back, glancing about for a weapon. He'd managed to slap it out of her hand before she'd fired, and it had skidded under one of the many hovers in the storage depot. The plan had been to cut through the depot to avoid the corridors and an encounter with guards. There hadn't been as many as he and Xenial had expected. All right, so I mentioned you have to remind the reader that they're both there. Meh, it's a little clunky. That as he and Xenial had expected, but enough, they didn't want more. They hadn't expected to come across two helping themselves to pharmaceutical supplies. They'd gone from thieves to guard on seeing them, and now Jeremy was busy with her while last he'd seen, Xenial had been legs around the neck of her partner, crotch in her face. He hoped this was part of his unorthodox fighting method. He'd yet to show him, but with Xenial, it could also be having convinced her to engage in oral sex in the middle of all this. His opponent came at him with a bar she grabbed off her hover, and he dodged, backing while looking for an opening. The Swing took her off balance, and he stepped in. She attempted to withdraw, but he snagged the edge of her armor with a claw and pulled. Then he had a better grip, then pulled her down, raising his knee to collide with her face. He turned to help Xenial as his and opponent fell, and the male rolled off, then stood, while she remained down. His friend's loose pants allowed ah allowed his excitement to be visible. I don't like this. Loose pants showed his excitement. Allowed his excitement to be visible. It's a passive thing, and I don't like that. Showed his excitement. There we go. Yeah. Really? Jeremy asked. You know, I haven't said his name recently. Yeah. Really? Jeremy asked while securing the unconscious guard with her restraints. I didn't plan on grinding in her face, the male pleaded, but using my legs to choke her made that inevitable. He lobbed the guard's extra restraint. Secure her. He patted her down, then cursed when her tablet was locked. Xeniel handed him an active one. Mine forgot to lock hers. You know, he said, tapping through the options, hoping for something that would let him figure out where his pack had gone. I'm starting to think there's more to your luck than just luck. He plays that. The places that fit went to help the Bane from the station were too numerous to walk around and hope to come across them. Why would I need more than my namesake? He chuckled. Who else do you think I should sleep with? That isn't... This tablet's comm was also unusable. The jamming was across the board. Okay. That should be an extension. The jamming was across the board. It had a map showing people with white. White for her allies, red for his pack, but it wasn't live. I don't know why I keep flipping live for life and life for live. It often happens. I'm not going to say always, but way too often. And the timestamp marked it as an hour old. The map. I've already said the map, didn't have indications of what was around them, but bringing one going to the public interface gave him that information. He cursed again. There was nothing of worth around them, and without a way to tell the direction they were moving, he couldn't narrow his search. The lights flickered. I so don't have time for this problem. He grumbled as they kept flickering. If power was failing, did it mean engineering was compromised? Was this a SPAC destroying them along with the station? Destroying them? Them, okay. Okay. Was this the SPAC sacrificing? Sing them to destroy. To destroy the station. Overloading the reactor wouldn't cause this kind of fluctuation, but he couldn't know how else they'd go about it. Xenial squeezed his shoulder. Jeremy, I think this is tap code. He stared. You know? Tap code. He tapped the sequence with a claw against a metal box. What does it say? That I don't know. Everyone has their own, and I never had a reason to study under-tap code. Tell me if the lights are flickering outside the room. If they were targeting them, it meant this pack had access to scanners. That meant the station control center or a security office. They're flickering everywhere I see, Xenial called back. So they had access to power control. That could still be the control center, but also engineering. Which one made the most sense? He knew where he'd go, but engineering was where he was comfortable. So was Thur, so it didn't help. Can I help? His friend said, resting his muzzle on Jeremy's shoulder. Sex isn't going to help. He chuckled. I like that's where you went, but I mean, you seem to have trouble figuring things out. We can't afford to just go. We can't afford to go to both engineering and the control center, which both control the lights. And both me and Thur are comfortable with engineering, but as a hunter, would you think to go there or the control center? Which one helps the Bane? Both. Everything control center does can be. Well, that was true of Earther engineering. The Kelserian version was designed differently. They could cut power and reroute, but not outright control any of the other parts of the ship, and that was what Thur was used to. Jimmy ran for the exit. The control center, that's where they are. He ran into his pack six section away from the control center and almost fired at them. I can probably, I don't know that I've stated he picks up a gun anywhere, but he's fought guards. I think the implication works. Calm, Hunter, Thur ordered. Sorry, didn't expect you to be running toward. Running is not coming toward us. Kelserians don't run. That's not entirely true. Kelserians will run, but they don't have stamina, which means that they can only do it for a very short period of time. So any sprint, they'll bypass a human, no problem, but the human can keep going way longer. And Jeremy has been with Kelserians for a couple of years at this point, so he's kind of adapted to the mindset. Once we saw you two were on this level and heading for the bridge, we left it to meet up. The last message stated that. I don't know tap code. Thur, look at Xenial. I'm flattered you think I would, but I've never been worried. I've never been worried enough about hunters to bother wanting to spy on what you said. You're lying. Yetterin said, there's no way Halan isn't worried about us. Xeniel snorted. You need to shrink that ego of yours. My clans always kept appraise of where the hunters' ships were, but we never worried about them. Did I mention my mother's collection of hunter armor? The one she displays? That's how little we worry. That's enough, Thur said before she replied. We have the location of the prisoners. The station's basically evacuated, with the last 8 ships departing not long after the alarm sounded. We are getting them, then returning to the shuttle. What about the jamming? Jeremy asked. We couldn't figure out what controlled that, as Beta replied. And we don't have the time. A scan of outside shows some dreadnought inert. Outside. At the edge of the battle the Bane is involved with, and those 8 ships are heading towards it. Towards it. We need to leave and get out of the jammer's range so we can warn them. Jeremy nodded, then remembered something. Beta, I tied the male behind the kidnapping. I don't think we should leave him behind. I'll go with him. Xeniel offered while Thur considered. I know the way, too. Beta shook his head. I'll go. You travel with the pack. Xeniel grinned. That's past. I get to play with more people than you, Jeremy. Jeremy ignored the assistants struggling against their bonds, rushing to the remains of the fabric where he'd left Omar Sawan. That doesn't look right. Yeah, there's a Y. There should be a Y here. Omar Sawan. Where have he gotten himself out of that? He cursed and grabbed one of the assistants. Where is he? He slammed her against the wall. Where the fuck did he go? I don't know. Hunter, is Beta warned as Jeremy moved to slam her again, intent on getting her to admit the truth. We have to find him, Jeremy snapped. He arranged all of this to kidnap me. Why? Because he bit back the rest. Thur would report everything Jeremy said. If Graal found out Omar was here, there would be questions Jeremy wasn't ready to answer. He was one of the scientists involved when they used that machine on me. They were written off, and he was hoping to redeem himself by returning me to them converted. He raised the lab coat, turned back. He acquired three versions of the machine. The angle of Thur's ear and the pointed look made it clear he didn't believe it was the whole story, but he nodded. Let's bring these two. They might know something. We don't, the one Jimmy hadn't grabbed said. We are just the doctor's nurse. We didn't know anything about him, and you, until the guards dragged you in, and he went on about how he finally had you back. Thur leveled a look at him again, but didn't press. Why did the doctor leave you behind? Jimmy asked. I don't know. He was gone when I woke up, and she woke up after me. Should have brought him along, but he hadn't been thinking about that. Let's rejoin the pack, Hunter. They met with a pack halfway to the docks. They'd managed to link a tablet to a live scan feed from inside the station, and Thur used that to guide him. I don't think I need to guide. And Thur used that. The pack had the kidnapped Kelsarians along with 6 guards. They encountered no one the rest of the way. I repeat, came from the cockpit as they entered the shuttle. That's it, the Hornian Arakmas Dreadnought, blue shifting toward you, Bane. I repeat, an Arakmas Dreadnought. Engineering is somewhere under the ship. I don't remember exactly, but the design's documented. There was a pause while they sat their charges. This is pilot Tumiri Toral. Bane, you have an Arakmas Dreadnought blue shifting toward you. Consult the records for where the engineering is located. We're in, pilot, Thur called. Tom exited the cockpit. Now, we can't leave the station. We need to head for the Bane, pilot. There are ships heading towards them, and we need to ward them. Didn't you hear what I said? What I sent? How did you get through the jamming? Jeremy asked. Crank the broadcast power as high as it goes, tighten the transmission as much as it would, then promise to sleep with him for his namesake's favor. That isn't enough, Thur snapped. We need to get destroyed, Beta? Tom replied, what do you think they'll do when the one Kelsarian ship left on the station, which they don't know where it originated from, departs to head in the same direction as their enemies to head in the same direction their enemy is to head towards their enemy? Depart to head toward their enemy? This doesn't have any weapon, and as good as I am, if they all decide we need to be blown up, even his namesake isn't keeping us from having to explain ourselves to your namesake. Jimmy was surprised Thur closed his muzzle and eyes. Muzzle and eyes. I need options. We stay here until it's over. The Bane can. That isn't acceptable. They might not have received your message. That Dreadnought. Wait, did I spelled it? Yeah, it looks like I spelled it wrong here. Might have spelled it wrong elsewhere. Actually, there's here. That isn't acceptable. They might not have received your message. That Dreadnought could blow them up without trying. Then you go back in and turn off the jammer. I tried. Beta, Neutral said. Isn't there an Earther ship at dock? They looked at her. The one Jeremy disabled? It's disabled, Thur said. I have the parts. Jeremy raised his tool bag. 20 minutes and I have everything in place. It's an Earther ship, as Beta said. None of us know how to pilot one of those. Actually, Tom said, grinning, someone meddled to get me one of their shuttles to practice on. Shuttles aren't ship, Thur corrected. The pilot smirked. They're close enough, and Earthers make everything the same. We standardize for efficiency, Jeremy said in exasperation when his pack looked at him. But Tom's probably not entirely wrong. A lot of what he learned on the shuttle will carry over. But a ship doesn't work with just a pilot, Scaram said. It needs a crew. I don't think any of us has crew training. You have an engineer, Jimmy pointed out. I don't think that's enough, she said. Any of you happen to be from that Earth? Any of you happen to be from that Earther ship? Zeniel asked the guards in Earther, who exchanged looks. What are you doing, Quartermaster? Thur asked. Where do you go when you learn that Elahavnir's beasts have been unleashed? Don't answer that, he said, before anyone replied. Before anyone replied. You lot will be running at them. Where do anyone else go when the beasts have been unleashed? Home, Hurim answered. The beasts mark the days of ending. You go home to be with your family. You thank the gods for the life they gave you, and you wait to be taken to the forest with them. What's home for Alan? Their ship, Thur replied while the others looked at each other in confusion. Signal grinned. Their ship, which currently can't go anywhere. You want a crew, you know where to find it. How can we be sure they aren't going to signal one of the other ships to tell them we're on board, Yamilk asked. If there's one thing you can count on with Halans, Thur said through gritted teeth, regardless of the species, is that they will put their survival before anything else. They tell anyone we're on board and they will be killed when their allies put our death above. That's another one I really wish I could figure out why I do that. Above the rest. Pilot, is this? Tom was no longer there. It works, he called from the cockpit. You know what? It works, he called. He called from the cockpit. I think that works better. What are you doing? Isbeta asked. Setting things up to make sure this is going to work, he returned. So, everyone ready to get close and intimate on an Earther ship? Always, Kenya said. And you owe my namesake. All right. I'm sorry, Thur told the rescued crew, but we have to do more walking, and then we will be in cramped quarters. We'll do our best to find you a place to rest once we have control of the ship. Until then, Skamar, Yamilk, you are their protectors. Quartermaster, pilot, you remain with them. Krasnir, Harum, Tros, you look over the prisoners until we're in the ship. Then lock them in a room. We'll deal with them once the hunt is done. Jer, you head to the reactor with Natrail. You power the ship as fast as you can. Pack up! And that concludes chapter 37, actually Redux 37 of The Technician's Fight. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe, hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available on Ream Story. If you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. There was a part. None as... probably not. Let me put... No, it should have probably have been no one. Can't go anywhere. You want a crew? You know where? Okay. That... as better than anything else for me, doing this out loud, it is not perfect. I will still sometime mentally fix problem and not catch it's what I'm doing. It happens a lot more if I do it mentally, if I don't do this out loud. Shit doesn't work. Pilot, we need a crew. I don't think any of us has crew training. I don't think any of us has crew training. Okay, you know what? None of ads. Any of us? Oh, okay. An H. Okay. That falls under the kind of mistake that I find more understandable because it's a little thing. Everything it reads the same way, so I'm I'll miss something like that. Actually, I want to check something. No, it doesn't. I was expecting it to be highlighted. Hey, Angel. Welcome to the stream. Thank you very much. It's University. What do I use to write with? My word processing app is Scrivener. Give me a moment. Oh, thank you very much for the follow, Jeff. This is the app I use to write with. How much are they charging for it right now? They have sales somewhat regularly where they'll go half price, and if you're like they have a 30-day trial, and it's a unless they've changed it, it's a 30-day of use trial, so that if you use it one day, then you don't use it for 2 weeks. You've only used 1 day, so you can put this to the thorough test for no money. Why do I like it? Okay, let me. I need to change the screen. Yeah, you no longer work. Why do you no longer work? All right, let me do something. And the reason I'm doing that is it's going to be a lot easier to explain it. Okay, I think that's going to go if you guys see it. Okay, there we go. Like, it's not going to be perfect, but one of the big reason I like Scrivener. Okay, two thing. The big one is that they have a typewriter setting, which means that when I type, my cursor line stays in the center of the screen. That is a deal breaker for me if it's not there. It is mandatory. I will no longer use an app that doesn't have that, because the way I write, I will have information on here about what I'm writing. If I'm in draft 1 process, it will be notes. It'll be detailed ideas that I have, or the outline if I have one. And that is very useful. Hey, Lizard, welcome to the stream. I'm doing well, Angel. At this point, I don't feel anything left over from the hospital, from the surgery, everything. Like, I would say 90% back on track. That is the big one. Like as I said, if an app does not have that, I don't look any further. Like, this is now the absence of the typewriter setting is now a deal breaker for me. The other thing I like is the binder right here, because it allows me to subdivide my file, so that instead of having either one giant document with the entire story in it, or having a bunch of files, I use Scrivener. That's the link to it. Instead of having a bunch of file I would have to do with Word, I can have both. I can have one file, but then I can simply access the chapter that I'm working on. So that's the second thing that I really like. These two are like, the binder is not really a deal breaker, but I've really fallen in love with it. The other thing that Scrivener has is a compile function, which means that I can easily take my book and compile it into an ebook. Like, it's not going to be clean. Like, this is not a magic device that makes everything. Like, I need to make sure that every chapter is properly formatted and all that. But for test, for reference, or just to give myself something to read when I'm traveling about, I like that. And after the formatting and all that, I can get an ebook format that is professional looking, so long as I'm willing to put the work into it. That's the other one. There's a bunch of little detail, like there's a note panel on the side right here, and I can have different file in here, and those refer to files in here. Like, I could put a chapter in here if I wanted to, and then the chapter becomes accessible on the side. I can divide this into two windows. Like I'm not going to say that it's for everyone. But if someone wants a word processor with extra functions, Scrivener does a lot. Like, I barely use a fraction of what it does. Somebody who's willing to sit down and explore what it does can get a whole lot more out of it than I do. You're old school, you like your multiple window club. If that is what works for you, Jeff, cool, perfect. This is the thing, like, I do not believe that there is a proper way to write or a proper way to art anything. In the end, it's what works for you, what makes your workflow smoother rather than interferes with it. When I write, is it mostly tapping? I have never managed dictating. I've tried it a few times, but there's a... Yeah, that's interesting. Oh, right, because I need to do that. The connection from my brain to my mouth is not the same as my brain to my fingers. I can literally type a story and not actively have to think. I just type. When I try to dictate the story, I need to translate what's in my mind, and that interferes. It's almost certainly a training issue. Like, I could probably train myself, but I don't feel that it is worth the time I would have to invest in it. I would rather spend that time, that however long it takes writing, than training myself to come up with a new way of writing. And the thing is, I'm always at my laptop. I'm at my computer. Like, I'm here. I write full time. So I don't have a need that might drive the desire to learn. I'm too good. I should be saying my way is the right way and you're all wrong. Then do evil laugh while leaving the frame. But because I'm too good, I know better than to say that. That is basically it from my point of view. I know better. I remember starting. I remember starting. I remember learning how to write. I remember how bad it was. I remember being given bad advice, not maliciously, but from people who firmly believed that they knew how to write and their way was the only way. So I know better. You tried dictating, but the words you have in your head got mixed up, and in the end, well, yeah, that's kind of what happened. Like when I was trucking is when I gave it a try because I figured that I spend 8 hours a day driving. If I could dictate a story during that time, my output would increase. And I just could, I had to get the damn app to work because back then they weren't as good as they are today. But even once I got one to work well, I just could not get things to happen. And in the end, it wasn't worthwhile to my point of view. Uh, And in the end, that is the important thing. What works for you? Doesn't matter what the person next door does. It doesn't matter what Mr. I'm a bestseller does. It's what matters is what works for you. You are the one who is doing the writing. So that's how it should happen. Right, let's update this. That's going to be December. Like, I fully encourage someone to try something new. So, if you, purely as an example, Jeff, if you see how I work and you go, you know what, this looks like it works well, try it. But if you find that it interferes, really, post failure again? If you find that it interferes with how you would write, look for something else. You managed to finish Project Wing Outline. Oh, congrats, Angel. All right, Jeff. So how's the writing and the day go so far? Well, this morning it is read and correct, so not exactly writing happening. That's going to be in the afternoon. The day's going well. Got some walking in this morning. And like I said, today I'm as you may notice, I'm a little more lax with how much I talk. I chat because I only have 3 chapters to read and correct today, so I've got plenty of time. Since you don't have any sort of training or anything on writing, is there any resource you'd recommend? I am self-taught, so not really. The best resource to me is read stuff, read novels. Among the books that I have heard recommended a lot, I cannot say if they're good. Is Stephen King's On Writing and Save the Cat. Those are 2 books that I've heard are really good when getting a grasp of stuff. you tend to write descriptively and kind of like on conversation. Is that an error? No. Here's okay. Here's the thing. For me, for you to consider the question properly, you first need to ask yourself this: who are you writing for? Are you writing for yourself, or are you writing for an audience? Now, it doesn't mean that if you write for yourself, you cannot share with an audience. You can do, that's what I do. But you cannot do both. You cannot write both for you and for the audience. Those are contradictory needs. If you write for yourself, there is absolutely no wrong way to do it. If you write for yourself, the only thing that matters is that you enjoy what you're writing and you enjoy reading it. If your writing meets those two goals when you write for yourself, that's it. You're writing properly. Now, that doesn't mean you can't then go, can this be improved? That doesn't mean it has to stop there. But to answer your question, if you're writing purely for yourself, there is no error. You write descriptively, then you write descriptively. If you write for an audience, then you need to find out what that audience wants. And you need to tailor your writing to them. At that point, writing descriptively, is it an error or not, depends on what the audience wants. So that's the thing. Like, there's no writing art. There's no wrong way to do it. But it has to be tailored to who your audience will be. You can definitely gain from reading books on writing by the masters. You don't expect there's a huge draw for that kind of thing. What's the name of the writer? The guy who wrote Tom Clancy would disagree with you big time. Tom Clancy does political and spy stuff, and he is popular. But that's the thing. Like, is there a huge draw for it? Maybe not. But that's the thing. Like, are you writing for yourself, or are you writing for other people? That is the first question any artist needs to ask themselves. Who are we creating the art for? Because that will frame most of the decisions you then have to make, and you need to be okay with it. For particular, I like as Lizard just said, there might not be a huge draw for it, but I can promise you that if you like what you wrote, there's people out there who will also like it. On Twitch, writing a gnome romance novel. They found a decent collection of people. Cool. Yeah. In writing, marketing will have a larger impact on how broad of an audience you reach than the actual writing itself. All right, so that's not done quite yet. You wouldn't know how to describe a gnome romance? Well, that's that's okay because you're not the one writing it. All right, I am going to do another chapter. That one's going to be very quick. It's very short. So I am confirming the microphone is on. Turning off desktop audio, confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all when I get back. Welcome back to another Reading and Correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, I am doing the official, that's definitely in quote, start to the Harker Project. This is the August chapter for Claudia. Officially, it takes place on August 22nd. That I don't know that will be in the book when that is published, but to keep track of things, like one of the things I want to do with this book is, and in part because I'm going to be writing it out of order. I want to date everything so that I can keep track of stuff, and use that for what order they're in and all that stuff. So yeah, this is, the August chapter for Claudia, taking place on the 22nd. Claudia sat in the chair while the adult, plural, argued about her. About her or around her? No, about her, yeah. She's too dangerous, the lean woman in the suit said. Did you see the destruction she caused on the New Jersey Turnpike? What did you want her to do? Georgina replied. Let herself be kidnapped and turned into a bomb to bring down one of the Twin Towers? That might not have been... Oh, don't fucking tell me you're going to pull the... She might not have understood what was said because she's just a kid. By her own admission, the other woman said, sounding like she had to fight to keep her temper even, she wasn't fully awake. Then what the fuck were they doing on the turnpike? Walter was to drive her from her home to here. I don't know. Isn't that the way? This is dialogue. I don't know. Isn't that the way? Yeah, I'm going to leave it. No. And before you bring that up, there's nowhere Claudia could have lived that would make going along the turnpike a reasonable route. He was taking her to New York City. All right, fine. But that doesn't mean she can be here. And where the fuck do you want her to send her home? Where's Walter friend might kidnap her and this time succeed? She was seen, recorded. It's all over the internet. You know the government's rules. No student in the underground is allowed to use their power in public. You don't get any more public than blowing up cars. A van. What? Claudia exploded a van. The cars were caught in the blast radius. What's the difference? Georgina sighed. Georgina's sigh was filled with exasperation. No one saw her. Bullshit. Have you looked online? That's all the social medias are talking about. Yes, I have. I wouldn't be here defending her if I didn't know she couldn't endanger the project. George made it clear that if I didn't put that on top of in my top 5 priorities, he wasn't signing off on me being here. No one saw her. What the recordings show is a lightning bolt and the van exploding. No one had a good view of it, and no phone were set for the kind of speed that show it originated in the van and not from outside. They're calling it a parahuman attack. They call everything a parahuman attack since Jacksonville. It rains when weathermen said it was going to be sunny, and half the internet is in a tizzy over parahumans changing the weather. They're going to have forgotten it happened in 3 days. That's the kind of attention span those people have. Until then, I'll make sure Claudia stays out of sight and doesn't so much as spark in public. She can't stay in the dorms, the other woman said with finality, then laughed. Fucking bureaucrats, Georgina muttered after the door closed. Not one of them can see further than today's bottom line. Then she crouched before Claudia. How are you holding up, kiddo? You're wrong. I doubt that, but how do you expect I am? I killed people this time. I'm a killer. Do you know what a cost ratio formula is? Claudia, yes. I still haven't found the actual name. I'm confident there's a name for that there's an official name. And the thing is, Georgina is smart. Like, she is, that's her parahuman ability. Her and her twin brother are beyond normal smart. They're not actually the smartest in the world, because, there are other parahumans with intellect as their power, but they're in the top 10. Kalia shook her head. It's what's used to determine if the cost being paid is worth the expected result. Nothing. Let me finish, Claudia. Here's the formula for what happened to you. In escaping from Walter, you killed 3 people, including him. You injured 76 to various degrees, but none of them have died as of yet. Potentially, you could be the cause of 79 deaths. Claudia pulled her knees to herself and sobbed. If you hadn't freed yourself, they would have used you to destroy one of the twin towers, possibly both. The best case scenario for that makes you responsible for a minimum of 25,000 people. That doesn't include any visitors to the tower, which are in the thousands daily. And that doesn't even account for the damage that's okay. New York. I'm going to New York State would then cause the parahuman population, considering how xenophobic they already are. It doesn't excuse what I did, she said between sobs. It does. It's the better of any situation I should have thought of. Stop it. Actually, no, she's not snapping. Stop it. Stop that kind of thinking right now, Claudia. Nothing comes of should haves, and what might have beens. You can't travel back in time to change things, so there is nothing to be gained in wasting time on that. You are a young woman who was kidnapped and who did everything she could to escape. The casualties are deplorable, but they aren't on you. They are on Walter. He kidnapped you. He put you in the position of having to escape. He is to blame for those deaths, and he has already paid for it. He has already paid for it. Now, Claudia dried her eyes. I can't think like that. Claudia, I can't think that it's okay if people get hurt when I get myself out of trouble. All I'm going to do is hurt people that way. And I don't want that. All right, that's your decision. I can't force you to realize there are better ways to think about it. She chuckled. You can't stop yourself, can you? Stop myself from what? Pointing out how much smarter than everyone you are? I am. I'm not exaggerating it. She nodded to the door. People react better when they think the other person is on their level. Georgina shrugged. So long as what I need gets done, I don't have time for their egos. She smiled. Are you feeling better? I'm going to need a shrink for the rest of my life because of them. Well, luckily for you, you have the best one in existence right here. Claudia hesitated. Look, I'm really grateful for all the ways you're helping me with my power, and I want you to continue helping me with that. But please tell me there's going to be other psychologists here who can help me with this. And that concludes Claudia's first chapter at Harker. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is on my Patreon and also my website. If you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Sorry. You wouldn't know how to distribute. Sorry. Distribute, not describe. Distributing stories is fairly easy, depending entirely on how much of a perfectionist you are. It's about finding, like, one, again, it's about determining how much of a perfectionist you are. Like, if you write for yourself, you can put your stuff out there as soon as you are happy with it. Okay, all right, okay, you know what? Since you are a novice, here's my advice. Don't worry about publishing. Don't worry about putting stuff out there, because you do not have to. You do not need to share what you write. You are allowed to do it, but you are not required to do it. We are currently in this mentality of every hobby you have needs to be monetized, and I despise that. It's a hobby. It's something you hopefully want to do for the fun of it. So don't worry about and as a novice, my advice is write purely for yourself. But if you are writing purely for yourself, don't worry about the rest of the world. Write the story you want to read. And just have fun with that. I believe Angel mentioned somewhere that if you've got friends, you can share it with them and have them give you opinions on it. You're not looking to make a buck, but it'd be a nice... Yes, it would. But at the stage you are, I don't think it's productive to think that way. At this stage, just worry about yourself. Just worry about writing what you like. Worry about finishing one entire story. Don't make that an epic. Don't even make it a full novel. Write a novella, a short story. But the biggest hurdle I have noticed with new writers is finishing that first story. I've been there. Like, I'm not speaking like I have a ton of unfinished story from back when I started, and even now I will start something and not finish it. A book of poems, but if you want to write poems, whatever that book is, write it. Because you can improve something that is done. You can never finish something that you're always improving. So, write your first draft, write the entire story, and just focus on that. Don't even focus on making it good. Good comes once the story exists in its entirety. In the first draft stage, if I have to say there's something that should be there, is the fun of writing the story. That should basically be the only thing there. Some writers start at something small, and once they feel they have ready to, yeah, like I said, if writing short stories and stuff like that, you could submit word in process, something advice and stuff might be a yes, there are. Where those will be depends a lot entirely on the genre of stuff you're gonna write. Like I can tell you where, if you're gonna write lit RPG or fantasy, maybe science fiction, I can give you a website that will almost certainly over time find you an audience that will point stuff out to you. If you're right, you mentioned that you're writing political stuff. I have no experience in that. It is not something I write. Even if a story that I write will touch on political stuff, I never think of it that way because it is not my genre. It's not the type of story I write. So it would be, if you want for that kind of story, you would have to look around, find the places. Reddit is probably the first place to start. Because Reddit seems to cover absolutely everything. Now, personally, I'm not a fan of it because my experience with it is very negative. But one of my housemate is getting great comments on his work there. So, but yeah, there are places where getting advice, where we're being told stuff. But the thing is, if you are going to strangers for advice, keep in mind that you cannot control what kind of advice that will be. So, having said that, if you are interested, Jeff, if you look in the rewards for my stream, for my chat, at 7,500 points, I have a read and comment reward. Every Thursday afternoon, if somebody has claimed it, which these days everybody seems to claim it, I will read someone's chapter, comment on it. There is one coming up this Thursday and the Thursday after that. If you're able to, I would say drop by, get a sense of how I go about it. And if you feel that you can benefit from that kind of stuff, so I say, well, it's read and comment. It's automated, so it's I never make that mistake if I hit the right button. I can tell you that when I do these, I aim to be as constructive as I can, but I will be critical. I will not trash the writing that's put before me. I treat the writing before me with respect. But I will point out where I feel there are mistakes. I do my best to explain why. I will ask you need to know if you're making egregious errors in style formats. I think you're worrying about the wrong thing right now, Jeff. At the novice stage, those are really not things that are constructive to worry about. I fully get that me saying that does not change how you feel. I get that. I have a perfectionist streak myself. I actually, until I learned how to throw my perfectionist in the dungeon, lock the door, break the key, and throw that away, I was unable to finish anything. I had to accidentally learn that I needed to stop trying to write properly. But if you're able to get yourself to stop worrying about that, you will progress further. Because as I said, you can improve a story that is finished, but you cannot finish a story that you're always trying to improve. Perfection is the enemy of done. And this may be discouraging, Jeff, but you'll never reach perfection. But as you write, you will always improve. This is the thing, is that if you're able to just write, if you're able to just write, finish, keep writing, finish, keep writing, finish, simply by that act, over time, you will improve. You will get better. You don't improve by worrying about how to improve. You improve by doing stuff. Having a protocol in mind might ease some worry, but I don't know that egregious error in style and format is having a protocol. Like what does style or format mean in your case, Jeff? As there's a deal. Style is I don't think about style. Style is something that I feel happens. That style is something that is determined by how people read your stuff. And when it comes to format, if you're talking about be over descriptive, conversational. Okay, over descriptive versus conversational, that is nothing to worry about. How to format chapter as such, however stuff is published or for consumption. Okay. We live in the age of the internet. Sorry, in the age of the electron. Well, so it's true the internet, but what applies here is the age of electronics. Format can be literally changed at the click of one button. So it really should not be something you're worrying about. Because once a story is done, like you can literally, as your first draft, write your story in one giant block of text. And then you can cut it apart as you feel is needed to have proper chapter, proper paragraph, and all that kind of stuff. Again, at the state, it feels right now like you're worrying about stuff that a journeyman writer should worry about. Because that is not basic writing stuff. This is more advanced. Formatting, deciding descriptive over conversational, chapter stuff. This is not for the beginning writer. Yes, you should aim higher, but you need to get done with the basics first. Right now, you're stopping yourself from doing the basics. I need to try Inkit. I'm on Scribble Hub and Wattpad. My writing doesn't seem to get the same level of reception as Angel on Wattpad. My audience barely talks to me there. Scribble Hub, I don't recommend it. I might actually stop posting stories there. But the thing is, aiming higher should not stop you from getting the basic stuff done. And this is the thing, like it feels like you currently aiming higher is preventing you from doing the basics. this is what it feels like right now, Jeff. Like you're going, well, I need to aim higher, but you're not doing the basics. And the basic is write. I would say that once you have one finished story, then you can work on aiming higher because you've demonstrated that you have that finished story. Hey, Cool Imp, welcome to the stream. You have basic formatting, intent, paragraph for usage of chapter, break, and then you can always edit in the rest. Yeah, we're in the age of the electronics. The biggest blocks is that you don't think anyone would be interested in the story you tell yourself. I can tell you for a fact that one, that's not true. And two, who bleeping cares? Jeff, write for you, no one else. If you like what you write, someone else will too. I can promise it, I can demonstrate it because I have readers. And trust me, nothing I write is written for other people. That's the thing, is that don't think about other people, don't think about what other people do. Think about what you want to read. Focus on you, not other people. Well, yeah, it definitely feels like something in your brain is causing procrastination. But yeah, the first part, the basic is write a story. Once you have written a story, my advice is write another one. But once you have written a story, thinking of how it can be better or how the next one can be better, now that is something you can do. Because you have written a story. You have shown that you have the basics. And that's the thing. That is the thing. The basics has nothing to do with how well it's written. The basics, the bottom line basics of writing is writing that story. So many people who want to be writers don't even write that basic story because they get hung up on everything else. Some get hung up on the world building needing to be perfect. Some get hung up on learning how to write the perfect story. Some get hung up on a whole lot of stuff. Like, if the list of things we can get hung up is infinite. But write, Jeff. Write that story. Maybe don't write this story you're currently thinking that you want to be perfect. Maybe not that one. But write a story so that you have written it. Until I finished my first story, I didn't realize I was able to finish anything because I kept getting hung up on the perfection of it. As soon as I wrote 3 lines, it wasn't how I was seeing it, so it couldn't be good. I had to stop. So yeah, like it's did I? Yes, I did this over here. Like, I don't want. Story you have is rolling around just fairly long. Okay, then don't write that one. Yes, that is the story to tackle once you have increased your skill level. Right? Is there something else that could be small, that you want to tell yourself. And yeah, maybe it's a section of that. Maybe it's a story of one of the characters that would lead into that story. But tell something smaller to practice with, so that you can write something and not feel like it needs to be that epic. November 23rd. You said 30th. All right, let's see if you're going to post. I'm I'm going to have to check with the Discord, because I'm getting way too many isn't posting. But yeah, like, find. I know I'm repeating myself. What constitute a story? A beginning, a middle, an end. That's it. Word count, page count is irrelevant. A story is as long as it needs to be. Now, if we're talking novels, if we're talking novellas, we're talking novelettes, flash fiction, microfiction, those are different things. But a story in and of itself has no defined length. Flash fiction, I believe it's flash fiction, challenges writers to write a complete story in 100 words. Oh, Lizard, looks like we had the same thought. That's the thing, like there is no length, no predefined length to a story. So sit down and just write that story. Just have fun. Leave the worries at the door of another house, if you're able to. But just sit down and start typing, start writing, and aim to enjoy what you're doing. You'd get hung up on, yeah, oh yeah, I cannot write short stories. Release as many words as you can until you feel that you filled as many pages as you could. Yeah, like I said, like I said, it should be fun. You know, worrying about how well is worrying about the wrong thing, as far as I'm concerned. Okay, so that did not post again. All right, let's take a look at the Discord. Did anybody ever reply to me? Oops, wrong button. Come back here. What are you telling me? Submission is scheduled. False. Well, yeah, right, because it's not there. That's not scheduled. It would really be nice if something, so that's the text. Uh, Suppose that is failed. All right, I'm gonna try something. I don't know if this is gonna do anything, but it's a variable I haven't really considered. I'll be right back. Nope, still failed. Uh, pa- 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 Let's remove that here for now. Because if I can figure out how to post this, if I can figure out what's wrong, you know what, let's remove everything. Get here. That. And that will give you a sense of how I go about it. Yeah. It just does not want to post. Is the touch enough from it to give you honest feedback? Live reaction. Show how readers take in information as they read. Yeah, because I do that. I do those with the author in the chat. So I get to ask them question, they respond, because a lot of time things needs clarification. All right, I'm going to ask help directly. Alright, so can't do anything about those for now. I got your follow-up question answered and said the hook was good enough that would have kept reading even with the money roll. That's cool. That is cool. Alright, I am going to do where's Turnus? Ah, right. Wait, didn't I do that? Yeah, I did. Oh, interesting. Do that later. So that should be in here. Alrighty. And this is not being recorded. This is purely for me. So the bus could have taken him all the way to the university, but Eric got off at the edge of the campus. He told himself he wanted to take in this part of the city, but he knew he was just afraid of seeing her, of finding out she had indeed forgotten him. Strongberg officially began as a plaque. It proclaimed in large letters he was about to enter the largest campus in the country, and it went on and explained when it was established. Some of the major event that had happened. Like the negative week. The plaque didn't give any detail as to what that had been. Just the date, 23 years ago. You'd have to look it up at some point. A smaller plaque informed him that this road was part of the faculty housing. It couldn't be only this road, he thought. Strongberg employed over 1,000 teachers spread over the various schools, and did the administration reside here too? Or did they get their own neighborhood? This is old. This is like a decade old at this point, so the writing itself is very clunky. Back in his days, dear Lord, that made him feel old. Most of the teachers did live within Strongberg. Most of the teachers lived within Strongberg. Even back then, tyrannous traffic wasn't something people enjoyed dealing with. From what he'd seen, In his walk, and from listening to the morning traffic reports, it hadn't improved over the years. He had known many of the administrative staff during his time at the school. There had only been one, Miss Fabio, a plump chipmunk. A plump chipmunk he realized years later he had a crush on. She'd lived just outside the campus. The street looked like it belonged in any of the many middle-class neighborhood, plural. Eric had seen the street was clean, the lamps well kept, the trees in the yard and on the sidewalks were trimmed. In one yard, a group of children played. If this was about really fixing stuff, I would, have children. A group of children played in one yard. There's a strong French influence in the grammar. French is my first language, so a lot, especially back then, a lot of time I'll write my English as if it was French. So there'll be a lot of flip structures. 15 with an almost even split between human and furries, supervised by 2 furry grandmothers. The street was named Education, and he remembered that most of the roads were named after either school-related things or well-known intellectuals and scientists. The street Strongberg High had been on was named Homer, in honor of the woman who had discovered how DNA was structured. There had been a huge argument over if she could be awarded the title, since historians knew without a doubt the discovery had been made before. Okay, that's going to be a long time before the Dark Times. Archaeological research had shown that furries hadn't come about naturally. So, someone had to have discovered DNA first, and that person should be awarded the honor of having a street named after them. Proponent of Homer had simply asked for that person's name. When no one had been able to provide it, they argued it was either named the street unknown discoverer of DNA or Homer. Eric remembered the poll had actually been close as to which one would be used, but Homer had won. It hadn't been the first argument of that time to happen. They came with being a second evolution of society and knowing about it. Then there was the argument about if there were actually a second evolution. Might they be the third or fourth? Eric hadn't cared for those discussions when he'd been younger, and he didn't now. As far as he was concerned, all that matters was that they were the ones here now. This was the only civilization that mattered. At the intersection of Education and Laurier, he found a small commercial plaza with a restaurant, pharmacy, coffee shop, and shoe store. He had a breakfast sandwich and hot chocolate before continuing. On the other side, a plaque indicated he was entering student housing. The houses looked the same as those in the faculty neighborhood, but the yards were quite a contrast. The students didn't have any attachment to their housing and didn't take care of the yards. Most were overgrown. One had a kiddie pool with the side caved out. The little liquid left in it didn't look to be water. Someone had had a party here recently, as demonstrated by the 2 guys, a slightly overweight fox and a healthier-looking human, who were stumbling about in their shorts, and the human had them inside out. The fox was still holding a beer can. So much for getting a quality education. Strongberg maintained the public areas as well as the houses, but the yards were the residents' responsibility. The campus had rules as to what yards should look like, but the students seemed too busy studying or partying to obey them. A bus passed by and stopped at the next intersection to take on a group of students. Tyrannus Transit went to the downtown area of Strongberg, where the higher learning centers were, but the campus also had its own transit system. He'd read the system made it possible to go from and to anywhere within Strongberg in less than 10 minutes of walking. Why of walking? Oh, okay. Because that doesn't take into account You can go for anywhere within Strongburg in less than 10 minutes of walking. Okay, that's okay. That's very, very badly worded. The system had stopped. And enough stops that it was possible from one of them anywhere in Strongburg in less than 10 minutes of walking. There's an H. That was better than in some part of Tyrannus. When he'd gone to school here, he'd had to walk half an hour to reach the bus stop. It hadn't always been a pleasant walk. Even when the water levels were low, the gangs were always close by. The walk to Strongburg University took him 2 hours. He saw a lot of housing neighborhoods, a few parks, some more commercial plazas. A few of them were on the large side, even student-needed things, and there was even a grocery. He'd never seen the university up close before. Strongburg High had been on the outskirts of the downtown area, on the west side. The university was composed of multiple buildings spread throughout downtown. The administration was in the old mayoral building, and it showed signs of having been added to over the years. He'd checked online and had found that this year's enrollment was just under 100,000 students, which explained the need to have a lot of administrative staff. Isabel's class were held in a converted office building 2 blocks past the administrative one. When he reached it, he considered continuing. His whole school would be further down the way, and he was curious how much it had changed in 60 years. He walked past the step leading up to the building when he put his hand in his pocket. In the right one was a small box, and he remembered why he was here. Turned around and went up the white stone steps. The entrance was large, with columns that at the 4 corners. There were inscriptions on them, but he didn't recognize the language. On one wall were pictures of important people who had attended the university. The floor was a mosaic depicting the river trench, with a cabin next to it and a village of tents further away. Trees and mountains surrounded them. He stopped and looked at it. Maybe every important building in the city had a scene like this. The first building of what would eventually become Tyrannus, or so the story said. The cabin would be the Lord Tyrannus's home. He protected the villagers, living apart from them, watching over them from a distance, intervening only when he had to. His ascension had given birth to the river, according to those same stories. The river on the mosaic led from the door to the stairs. He followed it, along with the milling student going up. I don't need them. Going up. So many of them had technological items, from their phone to their tablets and computers and smaller device on their person, that Eric had trouble keeping the blueprints at bay. He was still it. It was still easier than before his stay with the Children of the Wind. He didn't think Picken had done something to him other than keep his ability dormant while he was with them. He doubted telepathy would make permanent changes. Once Picken had left, his mind would have gone back to how it was. But the quiet and peace had let him get comfortable with how his mind worked again, and his ability hadn't been as insistent as before. Hey, Avatar Gonzalez, welcome from YouTube. How are you doing today? He made it to the 7th floor and then room 715. The door opened at the back and top of an amphitheater filled with at three-quarter capacity. He sat in the back row and listened in as the bovine seated at the bottom of the half bowl spoke. As I'm sure you know, the year of darkness ended when Matthias Wilson gave his life to the darkness. What those of you who haven't read the assigned chapter won't know is that for a decade after the city was returned, he was also considered responsible for the city vanishing. Many people opposed the statue honoring him in Police Park. Feeding with new baby. Oh, congratulations. She leaned back in her chair. Her light brown suit fitted her well. Eric smiled as he admired her curves. The year of darkness is only one of the many things from outside that we know attack the city. If you feel like learning more, chapter 20, 12, 22, 20, 31 cover some of them. But they won't be on your test, so it's only for the more enterprising among you. Eric stopped paying attention to what Isabel said. History had never been a subject he cared about. He looked around the room and saw many of the students typing away on their computers, phone, or tablets, taking notes, he thought. You are welcome. He let his ability come to the fore. And there were so many blueprints floating in his vision. There were so many blueprints floating in his vision. Yeah, there's going to be a that. Everyone had to have some sort of electronic device. Even Isabel had one on her desk, a tablet. One of the students toward the front had something attached to the back of his neck. Eric shook his head in astonishment. They were really everywhere. As a reminder, she called, this chapter ends the section on Tyrannus. Next week, we are starting on the Solundarian conflict. If you haven't gotten the book on it by now, I hope you can find someone to borrow it from. Regardless, I want you to read chapter 1 through 6 inclusively. There will be a test as soon as the class begins. The bell rang and the students rushed to leave, letting Eric think they were already late for their next classes. And next class, plural? Yeah. He was happy he hadn't attended university. He couldn't imagine himself sitting there trying to remember everything that was covered. His time at the high school had been stressful enough as it was. He always felt like he was lagging behind, and his mid-year mark supported that. The only classes where he'd gotten good results were the one where he had to do something instead of sitting and listening. Even gym had been good, and back then he hadn't cared for exercises. But shop had been the best. His ability had a lot to do with that. Most of the builders were intuitive as he was, but even when he pushed it completely down, he still learned better by taking something apart rather than reading about how it worked in a book. Once the last of the students left, Eric stood and walked down the stairs. He'd picked this morning because this was the only class she taught today. If she didn't just die of a heart attack once she realized who he was, they'd have time to talk. She glanced up at him and as he approached, only pausing for a moment before going back to typing on a tablet. The class is over. If you have questions, email them to me and I'll reply within a day or two. She didn't acknowledge. She didn't acknowledge him when he stood in front of her desk. This close, he could see that while she was still curvy, she was thinner than when he'd known her. She'd had a comfortable layer of fat on her muscle back then. Now, there was little of it left. She wasn't hide and bones yet. But the passage of time had left its mark on her. Hi, Eric said. She looked at him over her glasses. with that annoyed expression she'd get when she thought someone was purposely ignoring her instructions. She had to have gained a lot of practice with it since becoming a teacher. She kept looking at him, not saying anything, but the look made it clear she expected him to get on with it. That was new. She hadn't had the patience back in the army. I'm Eric, she sighed. Young man, you can't expect me to remember every student who takes my class. If you have a question, please ask it since it's clear you don't think email is dignified enough for you. Eric smiled. I'm not a student. She frowned. Her face had many more wrinkles now. I'm Eric Clarkson. He prepared himself for her reaction. He wasn't sure how she'd react. She might faint or laugh at him. There was always the heart attack. He hoped it wouldn't come to that. She studied him, then gasped. Dear Lord, you look just like him when he was your age. Eric gaped. Okay, he hadn't expected. Am I editing my own work? Yes, sort of. Although this specific one isn't, I'm not focusing as much on it. I'm cleaning up some stuff, but this is old and it's not getting officially published ever. So this is more about, I have the time. It is going to be put on my Patreon, so I am doing some cleanup. But if I was publishing this would have to be, this is over a decade old at this point. So it would really, really need to be cleaned up. My writing has improved a lot since then. But yeah, this is basically editing. It's what I do Tuesday morning. I do read and corrects, and some of them I record. This one I don't bother. Eric gaped. Okay, that he hadn't expected. Your grandfather, you look just like him, and you're named after him too. She smiled. I had no idea he had kids. He never said much about a family, but then again, we didn't talk much about what was waiting for us back here. Are you here to find out about him? I guess your parents wouldn't have known much about him. They would have been, what, 1, 2 when he was deployed? Eric smiled. It isn't why I'm here. She didn't lose all her jovialness, but the confusion took some of it away. Then why? I brought you something. He took the tin box the size of his palm out of the pocket. You say, out of his pocket. I don't need to say his pocket. Out of the pocket, then when he opened it. All right, so that would be split. This is the start of a paragraph. This is the continuation of that. You want to do something like this. And okay, you mean you want to write or you want to edit? Something like this is a little vague. What grammar program do I use? I use Pro Writing. Yeah, this one's being edited for fun more than anything else. I use Pro Writing Aid. Another one that is reasonably good is Grammarly. Let me post the links. You're gonna be here. Now, I will give you a warning for both of them and just about any AI, any editing app out there. They are filled with AI. And AI is dumb. So, never ever just accept the suggestions they give you. Think of them as prompt to consider what you wrote and decide if it needs to be fixed. You write stories, but you're trying to get more involvement from people, so you're thinking about doing video. Oh, cool. That's cool. If you're looking for involvement, posting them on website or on forums of for your audience is also a way to get people engaged. But yeah, making videos like that is definitely a way to do it. $10 left of the pocket. When he opened it, there's a comma here. Well, just like this, this is Pro Writing 8, and it highlights things and it gives me suggestion. In this case, it's correct because I forgot the T right there. But you know what? Here we didn't talk much. I like it. So what did we talked little. It's technically correct, but people don't talk that way. This is dialogue, so I'm ignoring it. So that's going to be. But that's the thing. Even if you were to pay an editor, a person to edit, you don't want to take every suggestion that they're doing blindly. If you're paying them, hopefully they're a little more trustworthy than an app. But always make sure that at least the big stuff, you go over it and you consider it. You're on Royal Road, very cool. So am I. It's hard to get any comments. How many chapters? How long have you been on Royal Road? When he opened it, the smell of the mints it had contained wafted out. He took a watch without the bracelet and the backing from it. He placed it on the desk so the exposed backing was up. Yeah, this would have to be. Anyone familiar with the insides of a watch would see that changes had been made. You have no idea how hard it was to find a watch with a wind-up mechanism. They're all battery-powered these days. He made some adjustment. I went to 3 jewelry stores and I finally found this in a pawn shop. He pulled something else from the box, something flat and metallic, at least until he adjusted the folds and revealed that only one side was metallic. The other was white and secured it. He pulled something else from the regular, something flat and metallic, at least until he adjusted the folds and revealed that only one side was metallic. The other side was white. He secured it in the minuscule clip he'd made for it at the center of the watch. Finding the foil paper from the pack of cigarettes was just as much work. What happened to cigarettes? He wound the watch and stepped back. The ballerina began turning in place to a musical pinging. She didn't look much like a ballerina. His ability didn't extend to origami, but like before, he'd done the best he could. She looked at it, then him. How? Her eyes were wide. How did you know? With a trembling hand, she pulled a golden pillbox from a pocket. About a year, 9 chapters, but it was on no break. All right. The thing with Royal Road is that you have to post regularly, and it takes a good number of chapters before people will notice you're there. The advice I've heard given for that, and I'm not saying do that, but that's the advice I've heard. I did not do that. Is that you should write something like 30 chapters, and then post them one a day for 30 days. And then go to whatever your regular schedule would be. My personal advice will be find a schedule that you are confident you can stick with. If it's 1 chapter a week, it's 1 chapter a week. And just stick with it, because the readers there like dependency. They like to know when the writer will put a chapter out. And then it does take a while. It can take, especially your first time, for your first book there, it can take 20, 30 chapters before people will start engaging. And at first, the initial engagement will probably be something as simple as, hi, thanks for the chapter. But the longer you're there, the more you write, the more people will engage. And if somebody makes suggestions, be sure to thank them. Because it's surprising how many people won't make suggestions because they don't believe that the writer will even pay attention to them. Like, I've literally had people do that on my stories there, because I don't post I don't send my stuff to editors before posting it on Royal Road. So they're typos, and at one point somebody just went, this is wrong and stuff like that. I fixed it, and I went, thank you for pointing that out. It's been corrected. And they went, okay, I didn't realize that you were actually paying attention to this. And they've been literally fixing every chapter I've posted since then. So on Royal Road, they are good, but you need to be patient and you need to be consistent. That those two things on Royal Road will garner you a decent amount of comments. You just console your mate and he demands you write a furry steampunk airship romance adventure chuckle. Okay? Do you want to write that? That is the important question. Do you want to write it? Sure, why not? Okay, not the level of confidence I was hoping for, but then, okay, in that case, you've decided that. It sounds like you'll be writing it for your mate. So, what does he want? So start writing. And then present it to, when you write a chapter, ask for opinions. Like I would, the reason I say it's better to write for yourself is that you can write an entire story without having to present it. And for beginning writers, again, I don't know that presenting every chapter and stuff like that is helpful. And there we go. You're getting hung up on the wrong questions again. Jeff, don't worry about that. Right. No buts about it. I mean, I'm sure your skeleton has a butt, but no buts about it. Now, Jeff, that's the thing. Just write. Every time you go, how should I something? It's the perfectionist in your mind going, I don't want you to write. That's, and that's why I say we need to stop listening to that guy or that woman, depending. I don't know if your editor is male or female. Mine is definitely a guy. But that's the thing. Every time we ask ourselves, especially at the stage you're at, Jeff, every time we ask ourselves, how should I? It's the editor in our head going, we're not writing. All we need to do at the stage you're at is write. You have 30 chapters, but you're stuck in editing. Okay. Then my suggestion would be, either edit all 30 of them and then start posting, or figure out the schedule by which you can edit and post and stick to that. Again, like don't don't go for speed if you don't think you can maintain it. It's better to post slower but maintain that. Like I set up my stuff with about 40 chapters of buffer. And that's because I know that there'll days that I have days when I won't be able to write. And I don't know how many of those there'll be in total, but I know there's going to be a number of them. So I make sure that I've got 40 chapters and I post 3 times a week. I mean, I'm done right now. Right now I'm not posting anything on Royal Road. All the active stories are done. I'm writing the first draft of the next book that's going to go there. But yeah. But how did you know? With her trembling hand, she pulled a golden pill box from a pocket. She opened it and took out an old watch with a broken, folded ballerina. She looked at him. How? She seemed unable to decide if she should be angry or afraid. You told me about the music box your mother gave you when you were 10. How much you loved it and the music it played. It was Hang the Stars. You'd listen to it every night before going to bed. I made you that ballerina spinning to that music because you needed a little piece of home with you. Tears fell down her cheeks. Her hand shook when she reached for him. Eric? He took it in his, but found his throat had closed up. He felt tears down his own cheek. He took a breath and smiled. It's me, Isabel. All right, let's see if... All right, that was for... Let's go current selection, PDF. Right. I need to edit you. And remove that. And I'll be right back. Okay, let's go back here. Let's see if this is going to work or not. I don't expect it to work, but let's see. Ba, 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 ba. That was 23rd, so that'll be 30th. is my Royal Road. One of these days, I need to check if I can change my name on Royal Road. That's from before All right. So, according to what I've been told, if I do that, okay, can I remove that? Can I just remove the file? Okay, it looks like I'm gonna have to recreate the entire thing. Alright, let's do this. This is gonna be a test, so. And that's scheduled to that. Let's try it. Okay, that posted, which would seem to support the fact that somehow it's the PDF that's the problem. Interesting. Interesting. I mean, there's a certain level of annoyance that I need to do that, but that's the mission's fight. Is that the one I want? But knowing about it means I can deal with it. Attachments. No, that's not what I want. Attachments. And it seems like I can then put the file manually. So I suspect it's a problem with the third-party post system. That's going to be two missions fight. And it's not that big of an issue because I already have to go into the post to make some final adjustments. Whoops, stay on the page. You just saved it, buddy. Let's double check. All right, let's see if files are correct. Looks good. Okay, looks like that worked. All right, well, It's not what I want, but it's a way to make stuff happen. Let's double check. Yeah, it's there. Okay, so that is done. That can go here. That can go there. That can close you. And attaching this. Right, save. You just saved it. You know what? You just saved. I don't need you to do that. Okay. Right. That is done. I'm going to leave it here because if I have time, I'm going to get some extra writing done on Monster and Badman, Crimson and Monster. Right. And that posted. I mean, if nothing else, there's a nice accidental marker. Oh, I think I've got one in the wrong file. I think you are on the wrong file. Whoa, what? No. Oh, no, cool. I did put you in the right place. Okay. So you are done. I can put you here. Okay, so okay. Should rename that so that I've got that. I'll cut it later. Okay, I can close that. I need to bring up this. Okay, now how am I going to do? Well, because normally I just click. Well, you know what? Just click that. Let's give that the file. Again, that serves as a reminder of I need to go back in and fix that. Uh, 26 becomes 28. No, that's not the one I want. This is the one I want. Harker. So can yeah, you're all decent. Good. Let's go in here. Ah, okay. So there's a slight flaw in doing it like that, but it's fixable. All right, the read and comments are done. Enjoy, Angel. Actually, no. You are welcome, Gonzalez. Thank you for dropping by. I hope you have a good rest of your day. Had to restart your PC for the updates. Ah. I hope that went well. Good night, Lizard. Thank you for dropping by. I hope you have a good rest of your evening and night. Welcome back, Akla. I will be going soon. 15 minutes. I'll be right back. welcome back to another Reading and Correcting with me, Kindar the Tiger Writes, as I my Patreon war on. Today, we are doing the transit section for Claudia as part of the Harker project. Oh. I did not name this properly. Interesting. Well, no, because it's on read and corrects. And when I do those, I remove the chat because I don't want it to appear in the video on YouTube. But being done with that, I can definitely do this and bring it back. Oh, interesting. Alrighty, and with that, it is time for me to go on lunch. So, I'll be back in about an hour, and I hope to see you then. And welcome back. Let's see, 165 words of light edit, 6 words of editing, 15 words of editing for the Artistocracy Chronicles, Book 3. Congratulations, James, and consider yourself hugged back. And hello, Akla. Alrighty, this afternoon it is chapter 7 of The Daughter. It is a Tristan chapter. Will I be playing high sales, high seas, high profits for the weekdays? Yes. I know I said I was going to be playing Space Engineer, but what happens is that Space Engineer was always the game I was going to play until I found something I wanted to play more. And after playing it over the week, after playing I Sees I Profit over the weekend, I don't want to play that. I like the campaign, and I like the things I've discovered that it's forced me to discover. Because this is what I like about the campaign. It forced me to engage with game mechanics that I would normally never touch. And I think this is a bit of as much as I've enjoyed playing the campaign of Haven, it's a little bit the flaw of it. The goals are different for each one, but none of them force me to engage with different mechanics. They're all basically the same. It's just about adapting what I know to the mechanic, except for the timed one. That's the only one that really forced me to change how I play, but it doesn't keep applying after that. Haven, no, I'm probably going to play Space Engineer on the weekend until I find something I want to play more. The issue with Haven that I have is that there is no infinite map. Unless you know of one. All the maps are this limited amount of space, so there's only so much you can do in it before you've done everything. And I've done that once, and I've played the sandbox, and I kind of got, okay, fine, what am I going to do now? And the answer is nothing. So yeah, I'm unless there's a major update for Haven, I am probably done with it. I've done the campaign. Hug James and oh yeah, no, I'm really glad. I am extremely glad that you pointed me to that game, and even when it turns out that a game you point me to is not something I love the fact that you think of me when you come across those games and you go, maybe you'll enjoy that. Because a lot of time I'm not an explorer. I'm not somebody who goes looking for games, really. I wait for games to fall on my lap. So, it allows me to discover games, and yes, many times, because we are not the same person, they may not appeal to me, but every so often, one of them, is really nice. So yeah, I really like that you do that. people in your life because you give me, yeah, exactly. But the recommendation and coming across them as on my YouTube dashboard, that is how a lot of the games that end up in the Tiger Tries come to me. Enjoy the lurk, James. Hey, Thano! Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? A bit of a bolt neon green lightning thanks out of the silver rip of space time in the sky, colliding with a chat room floor and playing a bassy charge up tone until a flash of green closes the portal and leaves you standing to the strike point, coughing smoke while saying new entrance style. How are you doing today, Thino? Doing okay, trying to get your website ID up and running. Good luck with that. I hope you make it work. With Pad 03 mixed with Twitch, M&BM, Amazon Medium, and Patreon. That feels like ambitious endeavor, but cool. Again, I hope you make it work. The proto page for signing up are soon going live. Got a basic database. I hope to have the site go live before December. Good luck. Again, let us know how it goes. Hey, Paper! Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Well, fine. Just doing some revising. Very cool. I am doing well. Thank you very much. Working on chapter 7 of The Daughter, where Athena tries to run away and Tristan explains to her why she doesn't have to. And I'll be right back. It's actually no longer works. So this is a place where being as stuck in scheduling as I am, it gets a bit in my way. I have an hour and a half. I could probably write this chapter in an hour and a half, but I can't make myself do it because I only write 1 chapter a day. It, yeah. What are you talking? Oh, right. Right. Wait. Eh. I'd probably pick 20 and 31. Had my back for a minute, got distracted, and forgot I was here. Well, welcome back. Sorry for scaring you. I think I'm gonna call it early today. Alright, let's see who is... Ooh, if anyone is writing today. Thank you very much. Glad to have you over. I hope the rest of your day goes well. Are you online Cypher today? Well, you're actually there. Hi, well, looks like we're visiting writer Lee. Alrighty. Thank you very much, everyone, for dropping by and keeping me company. I will be back tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. I will be working on Mind Your Step, and in the afternoon, the Technicians Fight. I hope to see you then. If I do not, I hope you have a good week, a good weekend when it arrives, and I'll see you